adjust that real quick. Oh yeah, you know what? I forgot my light. That'll be good. I'm gonna hear a little bit of bumping. There we go. Okay. So, how is everybody doing? Right? How's everybody doing? Apologize. My hair is an absolute mess. Something was wrong with the water today, so not get an opportunity to shower this morning. Yeah, but I will take a shower after this. So, yep. Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday, January 25th. Shit, it's my little sister's birthday. I'll text her right now. Have to hold on a second. I'm glad I read that day out. A decent brother. I'm only like halfway through the day. I remembered. So at least I remembered though, right? Yeah, this is pretty cool, I think. I guess is one critical error though, right? We don't need the we don't really need that anymore because we have it on demonstration with this bar. I move this over here as well. Nah. Okay, cool. Make it bigger. That looks fine, right? I mean, whatever. I'll make adjustments later. I'm not gonna worry about it too much today. So, okay, I've wasted enough time. Thank you for stopping in. Today, I'm going to be painting the Javalier, because if you attended yesterday's stream, then you know that we finished the Hoplite, which is pretty exciting. First unit for the Vinar Republic, so now we're going to do Unit 2 for the Vinar Republic. Got their Warrior. Now it's time to do their... Obviously it's not an archer, you know, because he's throwing javelins, but he's taking the role of what a traditional archer slot would be for the Vinar Republic. So the Vinar Republic in general, their faction doesn't have a traditional archer that the other factions have. In fact, their faction in general is quite weak when it comes to ranged damage output. They pretty much just have this Javalier, and then I think they have one or two magical abilities that come from their Devout, which is their mage unit. But yeah, that's it. So that's their main weakness, but what they lack in range, they make up for in melee capabilities and defense. Very strong stuff there for their faction. So yeah, I think you'll appreciate, like I said yesterday, I spent all morning making some updates to the view, and we'll use my, let me pull up the, I have one reference image to pull from. That is it. And I will explain this in a minute. So we're gonna paint an entire unit based off of this image right here. That's the Javalier. That's it. That's the one concept that I have to go off of. But it's all right. We got this easy. But look at this. Look at this new stream UI. So I took all the schedule stuff above me, from yesterday, and I moved that down over here on the bottom, and so we have like a neat little bottom panel right there. And I replaced all this stuff up here with a game art showcase that's constantly going to be rolling for you guys. So even if I'm not necessarily doing something interesting on the monitor as far as editing or painting goes, you always have a neat little showcase playing. It's about 30 minutes of footage. It's a show reel of the various different units that have been created so far, and some of their animations. So, and the cool thing is what I will do is, the more and more units we do as the months go by, I will occasionally go back to the editing file and just add even more to that show reel. So we're gonna increase the size of that video over time. The skeleton above me right now. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Constantly gives you guys something interesting to look at. A couple of editing mistakes, a couple of animation glitches, but yeah, it's fine. That's what alpha is for, right? That's what prototype is for. Doesn't need to be perfect yet. Well, without further ado, let's get my art tablet up and get this guy started. Let me mute myself for just a second because I have to kind of move things around to accommodate my art tablet taking the center stage, and I don't want you to hear a bunch of desk grumbling. So enjoy the beautiful music for just a minute. here we go. So, I did all the boring stuff out of the way, formatted the file, got it all ready, imported the art palette, or sorry, color palette. Got to use the same color palette when each time you're tackling a different faction. You know, you want to have a universal color palette for that faction, so that way we can keep their color schemes, you know, consistent throughout their roster to make sure that there's a little bit of uniformity. It's a word, right? I think so, maybe, possibly. Ah, well. And oh yeah, and by the way, I did look, and just to double check, I'm probably such a noob, and I'm probably gonna, something still is gonna go horribly wrong, but I did look into the whole copyright music thing yesterday and kind of look behind the scenes in the YouTube studio and all that, and it kind of appears that by playing the copyrighted music that I'm playing, you know, whether it's Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings or whatever, I am essentially forfeiting any possibility of making revenue from these streams. But I think it's the odds of me actually getting like a copyright strike or getting the whole thing shut down, it's actually pretty slim. And that is totally okay, because revenue isn't really my goal here. I care less about revenue and more about sharing my art process with you guys, and hopefully, if I'm lucky, getting some attention or publicity for the game project, and increasing the awareness for it. So care more about the success of the game and the community of the game, whether I care more about that than if I'm going to make some, you know, ad revenue or something on YouTube. I'm less interested in that. So we are going to keep listening to the good music until something horribly goes wrong, and if it turns out every single one of my streams has been invalidated as a result of it, then, well, sucks to be me, and we'll figure something out later. We'll just gotta get on Derek to complete the entire Conquest of Eldinar soundtrack, and then we'll just listen to that on loop, right? You know, because we own the copyright for that one. Hell yeah. It was a little warm in here. I'm gonna crack the window open in my bathroom. I can't crack the window open in my actual room right here because no screen on it. So if I do that, I'll let a bunch of bugs in. And that's not fun. You're trying to sleep and you're constantly like slapping yourself because of the little, you know, whatever. Anyways, let me open that up real quick. All right, give it a little tiny crack. So, Javalier. The good news is one of the most complicated pieces on this character, just like the hoplite before it, is the waist bit, right? The waist cloth and all the little leather tassels hanging from it and all that stuff. So that is the most complicated piece of the character. But the good news is for two reasons. For one, time, and two, space. What we can do is we can just reuse that sprite from the hoplite on this character. It's only one reused sprite, so it'll hardly be noticeable, and it's just going to save us a lot of time. Now we won't have to mesh it, won't have to support any kind of animations for it or whatever, because it's all already been handled on the hoplite. So we can just focus on all of the other new sprites that have to do with this character. I would say actually doesn't need new front arm top and front arm top and front arm bottom. He doesn't need new ones for that either. We're good to reuse those sprites as well. Pretty much we're looking at like the shoulders, the chest, ab area, hands, gauntlets, shins, and of course the head is the main piece. So I would argue we're gonna get close to finishing this guy tonight, so long as I shut up and start painting, which is what we're gonna do now. So my last words before I get started is two friendly reminders. One, while I get focus in the zone on art, forgive me if you guys say anything in the live chat. It's kind of like off of my other monitor, so I'll try to look up and check on it occasionally, but if it takes me a while to respond because I'm just in the art zone, I'm sorry, my bad. And two, please, if you guys have any constructive criticism on the stream's layout or the sound, you know, music too loud, my microphone quality is bad, any kind of constructive criticism you guys can give me to help me improve this streaming experience, please feel free to let me know. I would greatly appreciate that, because I want to make sure that the streams that I do are of the absolute best quality that I can make them. So, and you guys can help me achieve that. And that Magmafin is awesome, right? Maybe I should put the names of the units. Nah, gives you guys a good opportunity to ask me something. Hey, what is that thing moving around above your head? You know? So, yeah. There it is. Just let me start. Okay, cool. So, I'm gonna get started with the chest. That's usually the piece that I like to start with first. Although, what I need to do first is, this guy is clearly way too white and pale to be a guy from Anatrius and the Western Continent, which is absolutely very sunny and hot. So we are gonna darken his skin a little bit. This is like the template, like man right here that we're looking at. We're going to create a couple of skin filters, and then we're gonna go through and, well, yeah. Might just give him, for multiple benefits, we're going to give him the same skin tone that the previous character had. Because at the end of the day, we are going to be able to, I'll just go ahead and do this right now. I'm going to delete his front arm top, back arm top, his front leg top. I'm going to delete all the pieces that we don't have to paint, because we're just going to reuse them from the hoplite. That. Okay. All of those missing pieces right now, that's totally fine, because we don't need to paint those a second time. We're saving time on this character. Oh, and actually his neck as well. We're gonna use the same skin color. All we have to paint are these pieces right here, and of course his weapon as well. We could potentially just reuse same spear from the hoplite, but I think I might do an alternative javelin design to help give it some visual separation from the Spartan spear. Make it a little bit more thin, maybe add like a leather strap or something on it. That sounds good. Okay. Now we can really start getting painted. Well, after I get those skin adjustment layers in. The hoplite from yesterday, I'm going to pick his skin adjustments. Wait, can I just... It's not like I actually took them out of this. Yeah, okay, good. Hello, Bobo. No lap time right now, bud. That's gonna be his actual skin color. Is the skin color right there. A lot more darker. A lot more darker. Yeah, anyways. Wish there was an easy way to mass apply this, but as far as I'm aware, there is not. I'm pretty sure I need to go down into each individual layer, which would be the head, chest, and sorry, I'm moving layers around. You probably can't see it, and that is why I added that fun little window above me, so you guys have something interesting to look at while I'm doing all this technical crap inside. Don't worry, it looks weird right now, but we'll fix them up here in a little bit. deleted the feet because we're not quite going to completely reuse the feet from the hoplite, but we are going to take those sprites and make some minor edits to them to make them fit this character. Because if you remember the reference image, right? He pretty much has the same sandals that the hoplite has, except it has like a gold plate on it. So why don't we just reuse the same thing that the same hoplite texture, but just add the gold plate on it. Tell you what, this placeholder head looks so weird. That's okay. I kind of like that it looks so bad by default, because then it gives me a reason to really come in and just redo it from the ground up and make it look significantly better with a custom paint job for each face. Because, you know, the faces and all that are, for me, arguably one of the most important things to do. Okay, so the hands, the mid, need more on the chest. Just got to get the appropriate skin color for all of the parts of the body that are going to be showing the skin. We don't need to do it for this, the legs, the shoulders, because those are going to be completely armored pieces, so we don't really need to worry about the skin right there. But there will be exposed skin on the head, chest, the abs, mid, whatever you want to call it, the hands. That is about it, I believe. Okay. Let's go and grab those sprites real quick, the foot sprites from the hoplite. You're going to reuse a portion of those. Sorry, the beginning is always the most boring part when it comes to starting up the painting of the characters, and you guys got to skip it the first time around because I had already started on the hoplite before I started streaming the day prior. But today you actually have to be here for that beginning boring part, but it's alright. Game art, you don't always get to just sit there and paint. There's like a lot of like technical tricks and stuff that you'd be better off like doing. Okay, that is everything. I think what I'll do here as well, I'm gonna take his hands, just add a gold plate on him. I think that would good. Oh, little Bilbo. Huh? Oh, okay, whoops. We will make some edits to these hands though. Like I'm not gonna make this character as like dirty and bloody, I think. I mean, he'll still have some grit to him, but definitely like the hoplite, I toned that shit up like quite a bit because I wanted him to be like this grungy frontline elite Spartan warrior, you know, but this guy, he's more of in the back line, just kind of pew pew pew. Bilbo Puggins, you're not getting in my lap, so you can go lay down. Discipline, smart. I'm being strict. Go lay down. No, you can ask all you want. You're not getting up here. It's not gonna happen. Okay, let's get started with some real painting now. I mean it this time. Right into the chest. Also, I like to paint with a different, like more of like a mid-tone for my background, because it helps me. If you paint on a background that's too dark, it's gonna your shadows aren't gonna be as noticeable. And if you paint on a background that's too bright, then your highlights aren't gonna be as noticeable. So for me, it's better to paint in the middle, because I have to balance between my lights and my darks. And so starting off in the middle, it's easier to see that kind of difference, if that makes sense. And the color as well. I think I like that. I have a warm background, which is what this is, and a cool background. I think the warm background suits this character's environment and setting more, and making sure that like his colors fit that kind of warm aesthetic, which is why I'm using this kind of reddish background that I'm using. All right. Starting with the chest. What on earth? Sorry, my layers are sorted a little strange. It's a shirt, some leather looking straps. I'm going to attach his whole shoulder setup. He has like this harness, this X harness going on. I'm going to do that all on its entirely own layer. And what we're going to do is, in spine, we're going to mesh that entire piece and make it bend and warp with the body. Because I think hard painting it on the character just isn't going to look good once the chest piece and the middle piece start rotating. It'll mess with the straps, so... Which means that this chest piece is going to be very simple. All we need is the shirt. Although this is like a very... I tried to... This might sound stupid, and I hope nobody takes offense to this, but essentially... due to the geographical location of this faction and some of the other factions, this hot Western wild environment, they trying to be more accurate to history and whatnot. It makes sense that the characters would wear a lot less clothing, and there is also a female faction nearby, the Amazonians, the Katani, and so they are more often than not fairly lightly armored, and so to kind of balance out the scales of like sexiness that is happening in terms of like characters having light clothing, I wanted to make sure I had some equally as sexy male characters as female characters, so nobody thought that I was kind of over-sexualizing the females and not the males. So that is I'm guilty. Like, yes, we definitely have some guys in here rocking their abs and not too much clothing. So as historically inaccurate as that might be, that's okay, because this is not an accurate depiction of historical races and cultures or whatever. This is all fantasy. We're taking inspiration. We don't have to follow any rules that we don't want to. It's an original interpretation, more or less. So... I'm supposed to try not to curse, but as I've said before, it's hard for me. It's just the environment that I live in, that I'm a part of. Cursing is very commonplace, so I apologize to any younger viewers that might hear me say some naughty words. But you know what? This game, it's not being made for kids. I'm targeting a mature rating, so you know, you've been warned. Oh, hey, it's you. Hey, advertising. No, I'm not subscribed to Reddit at all. Or subscribed to Reddit. I'm not on Reddit at all. And I hardly use Twitter. Definitely with the Reddit thing, the problem about Reddit is I did some research, and apparently, like, if you strictly use Reddit for self-promotion, you'll get, like, banned or something. I'm gonna be honest, in my own personal life, I never use Reddit. It has to, so you have to follow, like, some sort of rule, like, for every 10 posts, or I could be wrong, don't quote me on this, but you have to make sure that your posts, like, you're participating in the community and sharing in the discourse and not just showing up to self-advertise. And I won't lie, if I were to use Reddit, that is the only reason that I would use Reddit for, is for self-advertisement of the game. So I have no intention of casually posting in other Reddit conversations. Not much of a forum guy, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Maybe I'll maybe I'll try to get into that in the future. Really just not at the top of my priorities at the moment. I want to brighten up his, just edit his chest here. In the nipple. Trying to follow that YouTuber's like code money. Oh yeah. Exactly, yeah. Well, that's why we're streaming, right? You know? Try and get people more aware of it over time. I hate how contrast on this. I took it away too much. Alright, that's not bad. Yeah, I have a Twitter and a TikTok for Conquest of Eldinar. Now I'm gonna restart Photoshop real quick. It's kind of pissing me off a little bit. Look at that wallpaper on my art tablet. Try to keep the fresh as much as I can. Yeah, I wouldn't know how. I mean, Twitter's, yeah, but to be honest, I mean, there's only 20 followers on Twitter, so I'm not sure making a Twitter post is going to boost viewership by that much, because we don't have that much viewership on Twitter in general, anyways. So I think making quality streams consistently over a long period of time will, at a consistent and reliable schedule, will probably give us the results that we want in the long term. It's going to be a while before that pays off, I think, but so long as I stick with it, I think the stream could turn into something, you know, relatively popular someday. But people have to know that, like, you're not just going through a fad for a week or two and then you move on to something else. You have to stick with it for months and months and months and prove to be a reliable source of entertainment, and then people might start to you know, not skip over you so easily. Tags. I think I have tags in the description of the video. The description of the stream, yeah. And I did that in the settings. Here, we'll do a test real quick. On my my own personal YouTube account, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna search up indie game dev live stream. And I'm gonna, wow, I searched it, indie game dev live stream. I'm the third video that came up. So, I feel that's what I'm talking about. So that's definitely like exposure, I guess you could say. Like, the point is if somebody searches, is specifically looking for an indie game dev live stream, they're objectively going to find me. I'm right there at the top while I'm streaming of all of YouTube. So I think it's just a matter of time, committing to a schedule and giving people ample opportunity to come in and stop by and creating interesting content. I don't think that there's like a magic solution to discoverability. I don't think there's some button or some platform I can be a part of and boom, it's gonna kick me up to 100 viewers. It's like, I don't think that's gonna work. Just gotta give it time. Not be dissuaded or demoralized by a lack of viewership in the beginning, in the early stages. Gotta stick with it. The way I look at it too is it's like every stream is valuable regardless of whether or not it actively has a bunch of viewership during the stream, because these turn into videos on the YouTube channel, which is content. It counts as content. So it's less. I mean, sure, eventually it could be important to have like that active community during the stream, but it does. It serves the dual purpose of having a steady content influx on the channel itself, so people can always go and look back and like watch the archived content essentially. And I mean, that's going to be 5 new streams a week, every week for months. So a couple of months from now, we'll have, there's that, that's 5 streams a week. So it's 10, 20. So in 3 months, for example, we'll have 60, I think I'm doing my math right. Yeah, 60 new videos on the channel. I think I watched a video once and they said something about how if you don't have 100 videos on your YouTube channel, then don't call yourself a YouTuber. So, not that I'm trying to be a YouTuber. That's not my ambitions in life. I certainly want to be a game developer. But if I have to do YouTube on the side to help promote that game development, then certainly I'll do it. And all that means is I'm what is that, 5 months away from being a YouTuber. So we are on our way. What are you up to right now? T-Kill. I'll refrain from using your real name on stream. That's your choice to share, not mine. A little weird on my scripts. Nice. Is it the 5M stuff or Conquest of Eldinar stuff or? Cool. I think this is a fairly easy unit, so I think I'm gonna, we'll see. I'll do my best, my darndest, but I think we're gonna try and finish him tonight. I'm gonna go super hard mode on this. But a one night, I mean, I just started him on stream, so like a 1 night turnaround on an entire unit, that's pretty crazy. But I don't know, every day that passes I'm just getting better and better and better at this stuff, so I can only imagine how good I'll be at this in, you know, a year from now. I kind of tilt this a little bit more this way just because I'm like leaning into it so much. Although, damn, we got to keep that T-Rex in the shot. Absolutely. What a glorious piece that is. Yeah, you can still see him. My mounted T-Rex on my wall. It's kind of the coolest thing ever. For anyone who's curious, that was my Christmas present to myself. Oh, yeah, Bill. Okay. That would just be another camera right about, yeah, you can see him. That's his butt right there. Gotcha. He's just laying in bed. He ever so desperately wanted to be in my lap whilst I am streaming, but I told him no firmly. Up real quick. Oh god. Please tell me I haven't been painting this for 10 minutes. Okay, no, I haven't. That would be bad. Just quitting YouTube? Well, you know, I don't know. It depends. What would be your reasons for quitting? Is it that you're not getting the viewership that you think you deserve? Or you no longer have passion in the craft, like it's not fun anymore? You know? Well, I guess like the thing is, so if you're having fun, then I'm not sure what the problem is, you know? That's a self-fulfilling thing right there. But if you're after a particular goal, you know, then it's like if you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice between, do you want success or do you want to pursue your passions? Want to do things that you have fun with? Because those are actually two very separate things. When you commit to doing something for success, you're going to have to compromise your passion and your love. You're going to have to compromise your passion and your love if you want success, because those two things don't always align. What happens when there's something that you need to do for success, but you don't actually have any personal investment in? I guess a really good example that I could use would be like, let's say you're like a film reviewer. You review movies or something on YouTube. What if you just have a deep passion for like horror films or something, right? But Wakanda Forever comes out, and that's the big or Avatar 2 or something comes out. That's the big title that everybody cares about, that everyone's talking about. So that's the thing that's going to get the clicks. That's the thing that's going to get the viewership. But it's not something that you care about because you love horror films in this hypothetical scenario. Well, you have to make a choice. You can either keep reviewing horror films and get no views, so you're doing the thing that you love, but you're not going to get success out of it. Or you can compromise your passion and your love or whatever, and you can do the thing that you need to do in order to get those views. And I think this metaphor can be expanded into all sorts of things, whether it's content development, video game creation, just life in general. I think that's good advice. You know, not every aspect of this game's development, for example, Conquest of Eldinar, I don't love every aspect of it. I personally am not a huge fan of working on environments. I'm much more of a character person. And good God, like rigging is very boring in Spine. It's a very not fun part of the whole process, and sometimes there's some animations that are just a real pain in the ass, like attack animations or something. And they're fun, but they can be real tough. But at the end of the day, I'm not just working on Conquest of Eldinar and everything to do with Conquest of Eldinar. I'm not just doing it for fun and for my own love. I have to sacrifice my that a little bit and do the things that need to get done in order to make it a success. Because achieving success with this game, so that in the future I can double down on the things that I love and make even bigger, explore even bigger expressions of that. That's more important to me, is working towards that future than having fun right now here in the moment. It's like I'm willing to make some sacrifices right now in order to secure that future that I really want. Okay, the chest sprite is done. We're not going to dirty it up at all. It's not accurate to the reference, but that's okay because we're going to have a separate piece that handles that task. In fact, we're going to do the shoulder pads first, and then we're going to create a whole new sprite folder and call it harness. You are correct. I am not on Discord. This nasty habit of constantly painting the shoulders smaller than they should be in Spine, and then, or sorry, in Photoshop, and then once I go and rig the character in Spine, I just end up like doubling the size of the shoulder pads anyways, because I think it reads better in the silhouette. Which just overall means that I'm just going to have lower resolution looking shoulder pads. So I'm trying to slowly break that habit, because it's better to paint something at a high resolution and then shrink it than paint something at a low resolution and then expand it. We'll hold up the pixel ratio or whatever. It's okay. It's not, I don't think anything that I've really painted for the game yet looks like quote unquote bad. It all looks pretty damn good. I'm gonna read your comment here in just a second, right after I do that. No. Do that. There we go. Stop touching that sprite. I'm telling you, man, I'm going to work this event, my day job, in April. Same thing I did last year. I'm gonna do that this year. With all the money that I'm gonna make from that event, I'm gonna buy the best goddamn processor I can buy in the world for Photoshop. I'm gonna get the i9 something hundred gajillion watts or whatever, and just make sure that my Photoshop runs the absolute peak of its possible performance. It's fine right now, it's good, but there is a little tiny bit of like sluggishness that happens with it, and it just, as a painter, it just drives me freaking nuts. Like, it has to be perfect. It needs to be perfect. Problem with getting that processor is that it's going to mean that I'll need like a new motherboard that can support it, probably a new power supply, maybe more RAM or something. I mean, I have 48 gigs, but who knows what. It would definitely require a new motherboard at the very least. So we're really not talking about getting one computer component, we're talking about getting multiple computer components. It's going to be very expensive. Doesn't have any. Not being clickable. No artist. Yeah, well, I mean, ask yourself, like, I don't know, because I don't watch the in general, I don't watch the type of content that you make from any creator, but like, you need to ask yourself, look at the creators that you admire that do exactly what you're doing, and then look at what you guys have going on that's different. I mean, I've been through your channel, for example, and I've seen a lot of like your thumbnail / like video title / like what's going on. I've seen like, I don't, the exact shop. I'm having a bad Photoshop day. Drives me crazy because it's like my CPU is only at 30%. Memory's only at 35. I have so much more to give, but it's still. We open this canvas. Damn. Just having a slow day for some reason. Like this 2 days ago when I was painting. Yeah, no, you just have to look at the creators that you admire and see what they're doing, and then ask yourself what they're doing differently and or better than you. I mean, I've been through your channel and I've seen like a lot of like episode 1 of like new roleplay series. So you have like, I feel like you have more episode 1s than you actually have episodes within any given series. So you have a lot of like, that kind of comes off to me as like you keep taking a shot in the dark at something that's just going to take off instead of just committing to something and seeing if it works, because it almost makes it appear as if you want like some sort of like explosive immediate success with one of those things, and the second it doesn't really look like one of them's going to pan out for you, that's when you drop. Crazy. No, I have a Ryzen motherboard. I have an AMD Ryzen 7 1700 8-core processor, and it's sitting at 32% usage, and that's with all the streaming software open, music and Photoshop. That's it. That's all that's open. So, but I still just get some kind of Photoshop kind of lag-ish. Not necessarily, I mean, a little bit of brush lag, but just kind of a general slowness to it, like like a frame loss. Like, this is pretty accurate. You can kind of see how it kind of jitters around because it's just not performing the task as quickly and efficiently as it could be. And it does come off a little bit in the brushstrokes sometimes with me, and that drives me crazy. Or like the slow, or the save might be a little bit slow, or the transforms might be a little bit slow to like render. Just an overall kind of not great performance. And as far as I'm aware, I thought that this is a decent AMD processor, but and like all of my gaming is fine, and every other task is fine. It's specifically Photoshop. That's the only thing that it's struggling with. However, that's the most important thing is Photoshop. It doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't really matter to me if everything else is just immaculate, but Photoshop takes the L. Photoshop needs to be the one that takes the W, and everything else can suffer as far as I'm concerned, because this is the meat of my career is on Photoshop. So if it's because, I don't know, AMD processors aren't as good with Photoshop or something, then I guess I'm switching to Intel. You know, my hands are tied because there can be no compromise. Like, Photoshop needs to run as good as it can possibly go, and I'm like limping to the finish line right now on whatever processor I'm currently using. I don't know if there's a way to like overclock it or something and increase its performance, but yeah, however it currently stands, cannot be that way forever, because I'm going to need a little bit more. I'm going to need a little more out of you, Intel. Or sorry, not Intel, AMD. Nice, simple shoulder pad he has here. Little leather pauldron with a gold rim. New windows to help. Background processors. Yeah, I know one thing for sure. It's definitely not go into, because I've done lots of research on this exact subject. Edit, preferences, performance, wherever the window is. The window. There it is. I'm giving it 100% memory. Every last ounce I could give it, I'm giving it. Not sure what else I could really... I doubt either of those two things are going to make much of a difference. Yeah, it's pretty optimized as far as I'm concerned for the specs that I have. Yeah, not sure. If there's something outside of Photoshop that I can do, I'd be interested, I guess. I guess it's just, it's hard because, you know, I have Task Manager open and all that, and it's certainly not, it's not like I'm capping on anything or like running into like a performance issue. Everything is, I'm using not even a third of my computer's resources right now. Less than a third, but still just having Photoshop performance. I wish I could be like, hey computer, divert all energy to making sure that Photoshop is just as good as it could possibly be, please. Yeah, I did research online, and they said that there's the best overall stats of any processor in the world or whatever for Photoshop was this Intel i9 13,000 something or whatever. That was the industry like leader in terms of Photoshop performance. So I don't know about the whole AMD versus Photoshop thing, but I mean, what do I know? I'd take the stats over anything else. Yeah. Sure, I'll have a little bit more money to throw around in April at the whole computer setup. But you know, being so fresh after Christmas, you know, with me, like how my day job works is it scales based on sales, and so I personally definitely take a hit right after the holiday season ends. So like January, February, and March. In fact, those 3 months are the most difficult months of the year for me, because sales just die down so much. They start picking up again in April, overall, and then the rest of the year it's fine. It makes great money, and so my pay goes up as a result of that. However, these 3 months, not so much, and I'm also voluntarily working less days at that job to free up more time for Conquest of Eldinar, so I can make sure that I meet my Kickstarter goal of August. And so combine working less hours with making less money. Definitely tight right now until for a month or two. I'm down to cup of noodles and top ramen and all that, you know. That is okay. I am not complaining. I will do anything for this game. Definitely up there though. Currently slightly better than the best AMD one. Yeah. whatever works. This shoulder pad is a little too clean for the leather texture, so we're gonna mush it up a little bit. I'm not sure if you can see it very well on stream, but there's definitely like pen lag and all that in Photoshop. I'm not sure if it's like translating well, but it's definitely the case. Yeah, I have a friend who just signed up for HelloFresh as well. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't afford it. Not as important right now for me, eating fun things. So I pretty much just eat goldfish, cup of noodles, pizza rolls, occasional can of SpaghettiOs. Pretty pathetic, not gonna lie, but that's okay because I'm putting in like 50 hours something a week in Conquest of Eldinar, so making damn good progress there. This is by far the most important thing in my life right now. I'm not even going to the gym as much as I should be because I'm just spending so much time. It can be very hard for me to get into a workout because I just constantly have like, racing thoughts on all the things that I should be doing for Conquest of Eldinar. So I definitely don't have what one would consider a healthy work-life balance. I pretty much just do work all the time. While it probably won't be sustainable for my long-term future, it's probably not a good idea or bad for me or whatever. I'm just too, me personally, it's just the choice that I'm willing to make. I'm just too dead set on achieving my goals right now, and that I'm at that point in my life where it's like I'm willing to make any sacrifice, no matter how severe, in order to meet my goals this year. To me, this year is the year that I want to escape that kind of bubble of mediocrity that I feel like I've been trapped in my whole life, and really accomplish the things that I know that I can do. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Just do a lot of that. Bro, you gotta get some beans and rice. Diet sounds pretty. Yeah, it's a bad diet. Really bad. I had a banana today. Oh, also fruit snacks. Yeah. I have some chicken. So I just chicken breast. I cook that on the stove and just eat plain chicken, so get nice protein in there. Have some red meat in there. I think after tonight's stream, I'm gonna go and make myself some burgers. So that's pretty cool. So not every day it's, I'm eating like peasant food, but most days I do. So right now I have a week. I have four full dedicated Conquest of Eldinar days. I have Sunday through Wednesday off. So I wake up, take care of the dog, get in the shower, and then I do Conquest of Eldinar all day. And then, do the stream and all that. And then after I'm done with the stream, I try to eat something, if I can, and then work on Conquest of Eldinar until 4 or 5 a.m. And then I wake up, and then I do that again. And it just keeps going and going and going. Sometimes this canvas is just getting locked. Damn, so I have to reopen it. I'm just having, like, honestly, this is kind of strange. Like, Photoshop usually doesn't run this bad. We're just having an off day today. I am honestly not sure why. Let me go into like Task Manager and see if I can be like, hey, it's like the power usage thing. Maybe, you know, because the only thing I can really think of that would be different than, for example, like Monday's stream would be like, I guess, this video above my head. It's like the only technical thing that I can think of that is a difference. But I don't really see, it's not like, is that really? Huh. Interesting. Oh. Song slaps. I don't know if you can do anything in like in Task Manager to like dedicate more resources to. Oh, well, it's bearable for today. This song is Unity. It's from the StarCraft Legacy of the Void cinematic trailer. It slaps. It's a good ass song. Yes, it is. Is Neela Cree. Yeah, I think it's Neela Cree. Okay. Good. I'm going to... That's taking it too far, I think, there. Let's do the, need a belt, which we're gonna put on the mid, I think. Let's just, okay, sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Let's just do the back shoulder first. And here's another thing that we're gonna eat, probably. Get some... Got a power builder's bar. There you go. That'll sustain me throughout the course of the stream. I wonder. We'll experiment. I think if I turned off that art showcase for like a little bit, it would wonder if I noticed like an immediate performance improvement. It'll be like, okay, well then we know what the culprit is. Let's try. I'm gonna hide that beautiful art showcase for just a little bit. We're gonna see if that changes my performance at all. I doubt it. I really doubt that's gonna be the case, but why not experiment? I don't think, give it a few more minutes before I turn that back on. But I don't think it's making much of a difference. Yeah. That's better. Okay, Photoshop. Next for the midsection. Do this real quick. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's what I could do. I could put a capture window for what song is playing on Spotify. This is Hymn to the Red October, main title. It's by Basil Dorius. Yeah, Red October music. I like this because it comes off as very Molten Legion to me, ironically. The Russian communism kind of vibes go with my interpretation of orcs. So this is it's made it to the Conquest of Eldinar playlist. I will do. That's a good idea though. I will come up with a way. Maybe I'll move the game art showcase down a little bit and be down a little bit, and above it I can put like a little capture window for what song is playing. Probably won't do it right now though during this stream, but expect that change for tomorrow's. I think my Conquest of Eldinar playlist in general is just a good background. I did research and, well, research, if you can call it that. I looked at my YouTube studio and it said, you are using copyright stuff and they're not taking any action against me, but it will prohibit monetization of these streams in the future. And to that extent, I don't care. You know, I'm not really in it for monetization, so I would much rather listen to good music with you guys than make a dime off of shitty placeholder music. Yeah. Yeah, Hymn to Red October, main title. It's on Spotify. We're gonna bake the belt into his waist section. We're gonna have the harness connect to this. We have another. Main theme from my personal favorite game of all time. My nostalgia for this game is through the roof. If I ever need something to help me motivate my game development, this is definitely one of my go-tos. Reminds me of why I do this. But I won't tell you what it is. You have to guess. Probably already know. That's fine. Oh, this again. Ugh. What a pain in my arse. Yes, sir, Derek. You are correct. Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman and Russell Shaw, technically, but Danny Elfman definitely is responsible for the main theme. Russell Shaw composed the rest of the soundtrack. say we have some of his shirt cloth on his body as well. Second divide. That needs to be that color. This needs to be this color. Two separate things, technically. Are you referring to the Warcraft movie? Or are you referring back to Fable? This is the Warcraft movie playing. This is the beginning track. We'll definitely implement that thing that we have the idea for with the showing what song is playing. Ah, yeah. Yeah, stream delay, you know. I have it on low latency, not ultra low latency. I want it to impact performance or anything like that too much. Depends on your internet speed connection and all that, so I figured low latency was good enough. Song breaks my heart. That's all right. Without pain, you can't appreciate joy. The halfway point of the stream is going to be in 30 minutes from right now at 8:30. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break or so, stretch my legs. When I come back, I'm going to adjust my setup, be more in my lounging position. continue. But still got 30 minutes, so let's keep at it. Yeah. I mean, I'm mostly sticking to my Conquest of Eldinar playlist right now, but I have my Beast Mode playlist, which is like my gym playlist. That everything on there hits hard. Maybe I'll play it here someday, but that might just be a little bit too much for some people. But I mean, I think my Beast Mode playlist is probably a little bit different than what other people's Beast Mode playlist might be. My Beast Mode playlist has like Eye of the Tiger and the Avengers and Lord of the Rings. Like, that's my definition of badass. Of like, I'm at the gym and I'm lifting weights, so I'm listening to, you know, the Avengers or something to get me pumped. I'm sure I'm not much of like a rap person per se, so I'm sure a lot of other young men out there probably would listen to something more akin to that. I'm just weird, but yeah, no, I have a Jurassic Park mood playlist, Lord of the Rings playlist, Conquest of Eldinar, my own like personal Corey's greatest hits, like my personal hodgepodge of like just everything that I love. I have like a Zelda mood playlist. So yeah, Spotify is really good. You need to put your music on Spotify so I can easily add it to all of my other playlists. I would love that. And if you ever need help making, you know, like the thumbnails or the art or whatever graphics that you have on Spotify or whatever, you just let me know. That is the least I could do for what you've given to this game. The Conquest of Eldinar playlist in general is very much, I mean, it's just the musical manifestation of the game, really. It's this huge hodgepodge of like Egyptian and Norse and Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones and tribal and warrior and calm, you know, combat and ambient. It's just fantasy from every spectrum, all over the place, all in one playlist. I think I have about 500 tracks on the Conquest of Eldinar playlist so far. Not all of it's on Spotify. I had to upload like some custom stuff because not everything, you know, I have, for example, Derek, I have some of your music on the Conquest of Eldinar playlist, but I had to like custom import them onto there because, you know, you're not on Spotify. I do have the Alterac Valley battle music on here, actually. I don't know if you're referring to the old Alterac Valley or the new Alterac Valley, but I have Alterac Valley music. Yeah, it does. There's certainly a lot of Warcraft representation on this playlist. Pick another good one. ones. Yeah. A couple of good Warcraft tracks coming up. Carry us through break for sure. Yeah, if you guys have been here, I think my first stream I explained my my thought process behind like which pieces I tackle first and how I always save the I save like the head for last. Typically, I mean, sometimes I might break the rule, but I follow the Skittles method or whatever the hell you want to call it. Like, I personally am somebody who follows the philosophy of like saving best for last. I always do that. So that you have something to look forward to, as opposed to having the fun stuff behind you and only the boring stuff ahead of you. I try to put the boring stuff in front of me and put the fun stuff ahead of that, so that way I have something to look forward to working on. So I think the head of the character and the face and all that is always like the most fun part of the painting process. And so because of that logic, I save it for the very end. So we're gonna wait just a little bit more on that. Yeah. A classic. This is actually a called Visions of the Lich King. This isn't necessarily the Wrath of the Lich King login music one for one. This is a orchestral rendition of it that came out of the that Echoes of War concert that happened, 10-year anniversary. That is quite a few years ago by now, but whoa, fucked up. Don't do that. Okay, we need to take some elements of this, so I need it to come back. I want to take the brightness of it and equalize it here. This man don't got no hair on his chest. He is a clean Greek god. Not really though, but yeah, okay. What character is this? Already finished the Javalier? Madman. No, so this I finished the Hoplite. Yes, we finished him yesterday. He is 100% complete. We finished him in 2 days flat. This is the Javalier that we're painting right now. Yeah, it's by the time we're done, this is who we're painting right now. Zoom out a little bit. There he is. I'm going to pause, and I'm actually going to dip out right now and take my break, because I'm getting a phone call from my dad, and there's a little bit of a family emergency thing going on. So yeah, I'm going to break for about 15 minutes. I will be back soon, everybody. Hey everybody, thank you for your wait. I appreciate it. Yep, sorry, just a little bit of a family emergency thing going on, but we're all done with that now and can resume. Yeah, I shouldn't be breaking that long very often. Just a particularly gruesome affair. So we are finishing up the mid section right now. Abs and whatnot. We're gonna do the harness. Yeah, dude, this character's easy. We're getting this shit done tonight. Let's do it. I'm downing this Mountain Dew game fuel. Can't actually find these in any of the stores around here. Just got a whole case off of Amazon or whatever, so let's continue, shall we? All right. I hope you guys have been enjoying the game art showcase. That's kind of in front of my face a little bit. Let's move it down. That's better. Yeah, the game art showcase thing above my head. I feel like that's a pretty cool addition that we introduced. Excited about that. Yeah. Be a little less talkative at the moment, so I apologize if you enjoy my commentary. I doubt it. But while generally speaking I will attempt to be a little bit more talkative, I'm kind of not as much in the mood at the moment. So if you have a question, I'm dying to answer it. And if you don't, I'm just gonna focus on art. So wondering why I'm so quiet? That's why. Let's get to it. My space is being invaded. My workspace is being invaded by a big wrinkle-faced ground pig. Great. Thank you very much, good sir. I hope you are having a good night with whatever it is that you have going on. I am being smart with the design of this unit and trying to save time by reusing as many sprites from the hoplite as I can while staying consistent with this character's design. Taking him down from a heavy armored unit to a... I think this is a light armored unit. If it isn't, then it should be. dumb. Hate it. Save me some time. Okay, folks, here's the thing. If you've been paying attention to my webcam, then you can see that this mutt of mine is absolutely insistent on getting some attention. And I need to get up and to the restroom real quick anyways. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I promise you it will not be a half an hour this time. It's going to be very quick. Right after I finish this javelin. Yeah, I just need to get him out of my hair so I can focus on making it to the whole finish line. And as you can see, he's literally resting his head on my arm. This is his absolute peak begging form. This is what we're at right now. So, yeah, it's doggy attention time, or so help me. Yeah, that's peak beg. Just finished the javelin. Character's coming along very great. We are absolutely going to finish him tonight on stream. Isn't that perfect? 2 streams in a row. Looks like we're getting a rhythm down, you know? Good timing. So, yeah. I can handle the rigging tonight. And then tomorrow will be, well, yeah, next 2 days are going to be shorter streams because they're like my day job days. So instead of a 5-hour stream, they will only be 3-hour streams. So starting at 6, they will start at 8, go to 11. All the schedule stuff is right over here on the left for you. But yeah, anyways, I will see you guys in just a few minutes after I deal with this little rascal over here. You're a very patient boy. Good job. Alrighty. I will be right back. Enjoy the music while I'm gone. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Let's finish this guy up, right? We are almost done. Just need to just did the javelin, so I think he needs his javelin like holster where he's pulling more out of. And then his head. That's it. Got 53 minutes. Think we can get it done? Yes, we can. Absolutely easy, no problem. I'm excited to do his head. That'll be cool. I know who that is. Oh, oops. Okay. Realistically speaking, this thing is like way too long to be having a bunch of these in his back, but it's alright. The important thing is that it looks good when it's in his hand. That to be the case, I think it needs to be this length. And forgo realism for a little bit of a game appeal in this instance. We're going to use the quiver bone. I'm going to pull up a reference. Trying to get something relatively similar in size to this, but obviously his quiver is going to be a lot bulkier than a traditional archer's quiver. I had just about everything else. when in doubt, just go with her race character designs. Just go with logo recognition. That'll do it. In this case, you have the Vinar V all over this character, so why not just bring it full circle and have a giant Vinar V on the quiver? It's a little strange, but I'm digging it. See how it looks once we actually put all the javelins in it. It says it's not like it's a very visible item anyways, it's on the back of the character. I'm assuming this sprite in general will be practically invisible, like unviewable. So. But go through the effort of painting it out anyways, just in case there's a frame or two which character's moving around at a certain angle and it turns out you can see it. So better to have that option there than to just try to cut corners and not render it at all. But it means we can be a little bit sloppier with it because it's certainly not as important of a sprite. Darken the overall texture anyways because it's on the back of the character, just to be behind him. So I usually try to keep the brightness levels relatively flat on a character, but in this rare instances like this, I think it's okay to just do a straight darken, because you know you're essentially breaking the color palette by making an adjustment like that. But in rare instances, I think it's okay. Turn on your opacity lock. You know, for the first couple of years using Photoshop, I didn't know about the opacity lock, so I used clipping masks for everything. Like, I'd paint the base out, and then I'd just use a clipping mask. I did not know about opacity locks. My... That simple, like, discovery for me probably exponentially increased my speed of paint. A very important thing. Probably would not be able to been able to make it this far in Conquest of Eldinar if it weren't for that discovery.
think since we darkened the quiver, we're gonna do the same thing with the the same thing. We darken like the leather of the quiver, so we're gonna darken the gold of it as well. And keep the brightness levels uniform. I think that'll do just fine. It's like a TARDIS quiver, you know. It's bigger on the inside. Gonna have to raise the roof a little bit on this one. Pixel should do it. More than enough. That should probably do it. I'm gonna try to touch each one of these and have a little bit of extra lighting onto it. And pop out a little bit more. He's definitely loaded now. I'm pleased with this. A little ridiculous, but that's okay. Just leaves us with the front hand at front hand first. So I'm going to hide the quiver for now because it's a little intrusive. Intrusive? One of those two words, I don't know. Oh. clinkety clankety, sorry. Weapon hands are done. Final sprite. 20 minutes to go, final sprite. I'm not getting off till we finish this head. Might as well. Hey, wait a second. Anyways, we're gonna finish painting this head sprite. Alrighty. Make this attractive young man. forever defining the shape of his hair. 10 minutes on his hair alone. That's alright. That really like Greek kind of looking hair that you see in all the statues and all that. It's like stuff right out of a freaking magazine. A lot of changes I'm going to make to the face still, but I want to focus on getting the whole hair thing done. Our major color regions established. Now let's improve. Start with the hair. Getting down to it, folks. Almost done with the stream. Almost done with the character. pretty accurate to what I want. Nice clean face. Took away a lot of that harsh detail that was present, like the lines in the face and all that, to kind of bring out, because that would be with so you start getting all those wrinkles and creases and whatnot in the face. It's representative of an older character, and I want this man to be in his young, early 20s, so have a youth about him, and I think we accomplished that. I like the vibe I'm going with this character is like this young Greek hero type of figure. You know, he has the look of youth about him. Good eyes. Texture is in order. No. That needs some work. This is the last sprite though. So we are just about ready to wrap it up. Thank you guys for stopping in today. Appreciate the company. I want to change his whole facial expression to angry. Still kind of funny looking, but it's better. That's good. Upgrading the art process slowly over time. You know, it used to be that it was just like a little white spot over the mouth for the grit, but I've decided doing a whole facial expression change is kind of readable from a distance. That's why I zoomed out right here. Kind of readable from a distance, and I think it adds another layer of immersion. You know, I use this sprite a lot when the character like takes damage or something. They can switch to this. Actually put the blink in front of it, right? And then they close their eyes and when they take damage or something like that. So if you're watching this at the end and you skim through and you're hearing me say, "Yay, the character's complete," and you're sitting there going, "What the hell? How is this complete?" Well, it's because we are smart game developers. We're going to reuse assets where we can to make sure that we're saving time and meeting deadlines. That being said, the hoplite from yesterday, the past couple of days that we were working on the Spartan, he has sprites already on his arms, legs, and waist that we can reuse for this character, and they perfectly fit in with his color palette and design. That's accurate to his I'll pull it up here real quick. This is what we have, and this is what the reference image was. This is what our goal was for today. Appropriately size this. Squeeze this guy in here real quick. Yeah, this is what we were aiming for, no pun intended. And I would say that we got this quite successfully. So, yeah, looks great. Looks good. That is a wrap then. Successful day of streaming. So, yeah, I thank you guys for hanging out today. Hope you enjoyed the improvements to the stream. I think in the future, I'm going to take Derek's advice and implement a probably above the game art showcase, like I'll screen capture my my music in OBS and get the track that's playing, put it on the stream for you guys. That way you don't, if you're curious as to what we're listening to, then you know what it is. So, yeah. Anyways, thanks for stopping in on this Wednesday stream. Schedule's right there. You can see what times I'm on. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'll be here. Same thing on Friday. That's it. So, deuces, everybody.